Hi, I'm Benedict. Welcome to Boring Sleep Stories, a quiet, unhurried space. Settle in and let this gentle narration carry you toward rest. Please like the video and subscribe to our channel, but only and only if you liked the video. You are here in this sheltered wooden lodge nestled deep within the forest. The world outside is quiet, wrapped in the soft darkness of the evening. Here, inside, there is a feeling of profound safety, of being held and protected by the solid wood of the walls and the gentle slope of the roof. The air is still and calm, carrying the faint, clean scent of pine and cedar from the very structure that surrounds you. It is a scent of warmth and stillness, a scent of place and peace. You can feel the gentle weight of a soft blanket, a comforting pressure that helps you settle. It is warm and heavy enough to feel like a gentle embrace, grounding you in this moment of deep rest. There is nothing to do, nowhere to be. There is only this place, this quiet, this slow and easy drift into sleep. Your body feels heavy and relaxed, sinking softly into the surface beneath you, letting go of the day. And through the quiet, you can hear the sound of the gentle creek. It is a constant presence, a soft and steady murmur that flows through the night. The sound is not loud, but it is pervasive, filling the silence with its gentle, watery music. It is the sound of water moving over smooth stones, a continuous, soft rushing that has no beginning and no end. It is a sound that washes away thought, a current of pure calm that you can simply float upon. The gentle creek whispers its endless story to the night, a story of movement and stillness all at once. The air that drifts in from a slightly open window is cool and fresh. It carries the living scent of the forest, a complex and soothing perfume. You can smell the sharp, clean fragrance of the pines that stand like silent guardians all around the lodge. It is a scent that speaks of deep woods and high branches, of needles catching the starlight. Mixed with the pine is the rich, earthy smell of the forest floor, the scent of damp soil and decaying leaves, the smell of life returning to the earth. And under it all, the subtle green fragrance of moss, clinging to bark and stone, a soft blanket over the roots of the trees. Each breath you take is a deep, slow draw of this forest air, breathing in the cool, clean scent of pine and earth, breathing out and letting go, feeling your shoulders soften, your jaw relax. Each breath is a rhythm, a gentle tide that matches the slow pulse of the forest around you. In and out, a slow and steady cadence. The air is pure and cleansing, and with every exhale you release a little more, sinking deeper into this state of peaceful repose. The sound of the creek continues its gentle song. It is a predictable sound, a circular rhythm that the mind can easily follow without effort. It rises and falls in tiny, subtle waves of sound, a constant shushing and murmuring. It is a sound that holds no surprises, no sudden changes. It is simply there, a reliable and soothing anchor in the quiet of the night. You can let your awareness rest on this sound, letting it be the only thing you notice. The gentle flow of the water becomes the gentle flow of your own thoughts, drifting by without a need to be held. The wooden lodge is a haven of stillness. The grain of the wood in the walls seems to hold the memory of the forest it came from. You can feel the solid, protective presence of the structure around you. It shelters you from the vastness of the night, creating a small, warm pocket of peace. The darkness outside is not threatening. It is a soft, velvety blanket that covers the entire landscape, dotted with the distant, silent light of stars. But here, inside, the darkness is even softer, a gentle dimness that encourages the eyes to close and rest. Outside, the great pines stand tall. You can imagine their dark silhouettes against the night sky. The wind, a soft and gentle breeze, moves through their high branches. It makes a sound that is different from the creek, a soft, airy whisper, a long, slow, shushing sound, as if the forest itself is breathing. It is a sound that complements the murmur of the water, one high and airy, the other low and earthy. Together, They create a symphony of calm, a lullaby composed by the woods. The forest floor, even though you cannot see it, is a powerful presence. You know it is there, a soft carpet of fallen pine needles, years upon years of them, creating a cushioned ground, and beneath that, the moss, thick, green, velvety moss that covers the earth, the roots of the trees, the fallen logs. It is a world of softness, a world that absorbs sound and slows everything down. The thought of this soft, mossy ground is itself a comfort, a reminder of the gentle, yielding nature of this place. And always, the creek. The sound of the water flowing, a gentle and persistent whisper. It is the heartbeat of this forest retreat. It never ceases, it never falters, it just flows. You can feel the sound vibrating subtly in the quiet air of the lodge. It is a sound to let go into, a sound that carries you along, gently, effortlessly. There is no need to think, no need to try. Just the feeling of being carried by this current of sound, drifting further and further into a state of deep and peaceful rest. The comfort of the blanket around you is a simple, profound pleasure. Its weight is reassuring, its softness a gentle touch against your skin. It holds your own warmth, creating a cocoon of perfect temperature. You are perfectly comfortable, perfectly still. Your body is heavy, relaxed, and at ease. Every muscle is letting go, every fibre is softening. The feeling of sinking, of being held securely, deepens with each passing moment. The cool air continues to drift in, a reminder of the living world outside. It smells of the deep, dark woods, of the pines and the moss. It is the breath of the forest, and you are breathing with it. A slow, deep inhale, filling your lungs with peace. A long, slow exhale, releasing everything else. This simple rhythm of breath is an anchor, just like the sound of the creek. It is something to return to, a steady, reliable pattern in the quiet. The sound of the water seems to ebb and flow, though it is constant. Sometimes it seems to be a little louder, a soft rushing sound. At other times it fades into a gentle background murmur. Your awareness drifts with it, focusing and softening in a natural, easy rhythm. The water flows over stones, around bends, through pools of stillness. You do not need to see it to know its path. You can feel its journey and the sound it makes, a sound of constant, gentle purpose. The lodge remains your still, silent shelter. The wooden walls are a boundary between your peaceful rest and the vast, wild world outside. But it is a gentle boundary, one that allows the sounds and scents of the forest to filter through, to become part of your rest. You are not separate from the forest. You are held within it, in a place of perfect safety and comfort. The stillness inside the lodge is deep and profound, a quiet that allows for true rest. The wind sighs through the pine needles again, a long, soft whisper that passes through the high branches and then fades. It is a lonely sound, but not a sad one. It is the sound of the world breathing, of the air moving across the land. It is a sound that has been heard in these woods for 1,000 years. It speaks of timelessness, of the slow, unchanging rhythms of nature. It is another layer in the deep calm of this place, and the thought of the soft forest floor returns. The thick layer of needles, the resilient, velvety moss, a ground that is soft to the step, that muffles all sound, a place where things grow slowly and quietly. This image of softness and quiet deepens the feeling of rest, the sense of being in a place that is gentle from the ground up. The entire forest is a sanctuary of softness, from the moss on the earth to the gentle air that touches your skin. The creek continues to flow. Its sound is the most constant thing in this quiet world, a gentle liquid whisper that never stops. It is the sound of time passing, but in a way that has no urgency. It is the sound of now, and the now after that, and the now after that. Each moment flows into the next, as smoothly as the water flows over the stones. You can let your mind become like the water, flowing easily from one moment to the next, without resistance, without effort. The weight of your body is a pleasant, heavy sensation. You feel yourself sinking deeper, letting go more completely. The surface beneath you is holding you completely, supporting you without question. There is a deep trust in this feeling, a sense of being utterly safe and cared for. Your limbs are heavy and still. Your breath is slow and even. Your mind is quiet, content to simply listen to the sounds of the night. The scent of the pines is a clean, sharp note in the cool air. It cuts through the softer scents of earth and moss, a reminder of the tall, living trees that watch over this place. It is a scent of resilience and strength, but a quiet strength, the strength of something that stands still and reaches for the sky. It is a reassuring scent, a fragrance that speaks of endurance and peace, and the creek murmurs on. The sound is so familiar now, so much a part of this moment. It is like a soft voice, speaking a language without words, a language of peace, of release, of letting go. You can listen to this voice and let it soothe you. Let it wash over you in gentle waves of sound. There is nothing else that needs your attention, only this sound, this breath, this feeling of deep, heavy comfort. The wooden lodge is your anchor. Its solid presence is a constant reassurance. You are sheltered, you are warm, you are at peace. The quiet inside the room is a soft, welcoming space. It is a quiet that is full of the gentle sounds of the forest, the whisper of water, and the sigh of wind. It is a living quiet, a peaceful quiet. It is the perfect environment for rest. The wind in the pines is a soft breath, a gentle movement in the vast stillness of the night. It rustles the needles, creating a sound that is like the sea, but softer, drier. A shushing sound that seems to encourage sleep. It is the forest's own lullaby, a song sung by the trees and the air. It is a sound that is both immense and intimate, coming from the great trees outside, yet feeling as close as your own breath. The idea of the moss, the soft green carpet on the forest floor, is a soothing thought. It is a symbol of patience, of quiet growth. It thrives in the shade, in the damp, quiet places. It is a living blanket of softness. Imagining this moss, this deep, quiet green, adds to the sense of tranquility, the feeling of being immersed in a world that is gentle and slow, and the creek, the gentle creek, flows on and on. Its sound is a constant, a thread of silver sound woven through the dark fabric of the night. It is the sound you can follow down into sleep. A path of sound, leading you away from the day, away from all effort, and into a place of deep, restorative rest. The water flows, and you flow with it, drifting, floating, letting go. The murmur of the water is the only thing that matters, a gentle current carrying you into the quiet depths of sleep. The feeling of the soft blanket is a gentle reminder of your own body, of the comfort it is experiencing, the warmth, the weight, the softness. It is a feeling of being cared for, of being held. This physical sensation of comfort is a powerful signal to your mind that it is safe to let go, safe to drift. The cool air, with its scent of pine and earth, continues to be a gentle presence. Each breath is a connection to the peaceful world outside. Breathing in the calm of the forest, breathing out any remaining tension. The rhythm of your breath is slow and deep, a tide of air that cleanses and soothes. It is an automatic, easy rhythm, one that you do not need to control. It simply happens, a sign of the deep relaxation spreading through you. The sound of the creek is a constant, soothing whisper, a soft, watery sound that fills the quiet. It is a sound that has no sharp edges, no sudden changes. It is all smooth curves and gentle flows. It is the perfect sound for a mind that is seeking rest. You can let the sound wash through you, a gentle, cleansing tide. It asks nothing of you. It simply is. And you can simply be with it. The lodge stands firm and quiet around you, a shelter of wood and warmth in the heart of the cool, dark forest. Its stillness is a comfort. Its silence is a gift. Within these walls you are free to rest completely, to let go of everything and sink into a state of profound peace. The world can wait. The night is for rest. The pines outside are dark, still shapes against a sky full of distant stars. The wind moves through them with a soft, hushing sound, a sound of immense peace. It is the sound of the world at rest, a sound that invites you to join in that rest. It is a sound that is as deep and as old as the forest itself. The soft moss and the carpet of needles on the forest floor are a foundation of gentleness for this entire place. Everything here grows from a place of softness and quiet. This understanding seeps into you, encouraging a deeper and deeper state of release, a letting go into the soft, quiet nature of the forest. And the creek flows. The gentle creek continues its endless journey, its sound a constant, soothing murmur in the night. It is a sound to drift on, a current to carry you away from thought, away from effort, into the deep, quiet waters of sleep. The sound continues, a gentle whisper, a soft rushing, on and on. It flows and you drift. It murmurs and you rest. The water flows and the night is deep and calm. The sound of the water is a gentle thread pulling you softly, gently, down, down, into peaceful sleep. The creek flows on. The day's light softens, melting from gold into a pale, dusty rose that brushes the tops of the low buildings. The air, which had been warm and active, begins to cool and still. A faint, clean scent of salt sharpens on the breeze, a constant reminder of the sea that cradles this town. Down a quiet lane, paved with stones worn smooth by generations of footsteps, the evening begins its slow and gentle arrival. The stones are cool underfoot, their surfaces uneven and familiar. On either side, the walls of houses are washed in muted colours, weathered blue, faded cream, the soft grey of sea-worn wood. Window boxes, still holding the last of the day's warmth, release the faint, peppery scent of geraniums into the cooling air. There are no sharp noises here. The sounds are rounded and soft. The distant, lonely call of a gull, high and circling, is more a part of the silence than a break in it. The lane slopes gently downward, leading always toward the water. With each step, the scent of the salt air grows stronger, mingling with the smell of damp stone and dry, sun-baked wood. The world seems to be holding its breath, waiting for the transition from day to night. The sky deepens, the rose blush fading into a soft, velvety blue at the edges of the horizon. The lane opens onto the harbour front. Here the air is thick with the rich, briny smell of the low tide. It is the scent of wet rope, of seaweed drying on the shingle, of the vast, deep water itself. The gentle, rhythmic slosh of the tide is the town's quiet heartbeat. Water laps against the thick stone of the seawall, a soft, percussive sound that repeats in a slow, steady measure. It sighs against the wooden pilings of the pier, a little louder, a little deeper, a constant liquid whisper. Along the edge of the harbour, a figure moves with unhurried, practised ease. A long pole is carried over one shoulder. At the first iron post, the figure stops. There is the soft scrape of a match, a tiny flare of orange in the growing twilight, and then the harbour lantern blooms with a steady golden light. The glass is thick and slightly clouded, softening the flame within. The light is warm and heavy, pooling on the stone walkway and casting a gentle, wavering reflection on the surface of the water. The figure moves on to the next lantern, and the next, repeating the simple, comforting ritual. One by one the lights appear, tracing the curve of the harbour in a chain of warm, welcoming gold. The boats moored in the harbour rock in a slow, almost imperceptible rhythm, guided by the gentle pull and push of the tide. Their ropes creak softly in their fittings, a sound like the slow stretching of old wood. It is a peaceful, sleepy sound, the sound of things at rest. The dark hulls of the fishing boats are still, their decks cleared and quiet. Nets are mounded in neat piles, smelling faintly of the deep sea. The water, now a dark, polished slate, mirrors the new lights from the lanterns and the first pale stars beginning to emerge in the deepening sky. Each small wave catches the light, breaking it into 1,000 shimmering fragments that dance for a moment before dissolving back into the dark. A door, its blue paint flaked and silvery in the lantern light, opens and closes with a quiet click. The sounds of the harbour are instantly softened, becoming a low, muffled murmur. Inside, the air is still and carries the scent of old wood and beeswax. A floorboard gives a familiar, gentle creak. The room is simple, its walls panelled in wood that has been warmed by 1,000 days of sunlight through the window. The window looks out over the harbour. From here, the scene is a peaceful tableau. The chain of harbour lanterns casts a warm glow, each light a small, steadfast beacon against the vast, dark backdrop of the sea and sky. The tide rhythm is more felt than heard now, a subtle, deep pulse that seems to resonate through the very foundations of the house. It is the slow in-breath and out-breath of the ocean. The water rises and falls with an ancient, unhurried certainty. A chair is drawn up to the window. The wood is smooth and cool to the touch. Outside, the world has settled into a deep and profound quiet. The last of the gulls has called for the night. The only sounds are the gentle, persistent ones, the soft, rhythmic wash of the tide against the shore, the faint, sleepy creak of a boat's rope, the whisper of a light breeze moving through the narrow space between houses. The light from the nearest harbour lantern reaches the window, projecting a soft, wavering rectangle of gold onto the far wall of the room. It shifts and sways in time with the breeze, its edges blurring and sharpening. The movement is slow, hypnotic. It slides across the wooden wall, highlighting the grain of the wood, then retreats, only to begin its slow dance again. The air in the room is cool, but not cold. A faint trace of the salt air drifts through the old window frame, a clean, fresh scent that speaks of open space and deep water. The house itself makes its own quiet sounds, a gentle settling, a soft tick from the cooling wood. These are the sounds of shelter, of a place at rest. Outside, the tide continues its work. The water level inches higher up the stone wall, the sound of its lapping changing subtly, becoming deeper, more resonant. The reflections of the lanterns on the water stretch and contract with the slow, glassy swells. The entire harbour seems to be breathing in a slow, deep rhythm. The light on the wall continues its gentle, swaying path. The quiet lanes are empty now, sleeping under the soft glow of the lanterns and the distant, silent stars. The salt air hangs in the stillness. The tide continues its slow, steady rise, its rhythm a constant, soothing presence in the deep quiet of the night. The fire breathes in the corner of the room, is a slow, steady breath, a soft rush of air pulled through the vent in the iron door, a quiet sigh as the flames curl and stretch. Orange light pulses against the dark metal of the wood stove, casting a warm and living glow that pushes back the shadows. The heat radiates outward in silent waves, touching the old wooden floorboards, the thick timbers of the walls, the heavy beams across the ceiling. It is a deep, penetrating warmth, a comfort that settles into the very structure of the cabin. Outside, the snow falls. It has been falling for hours, a silent and persistent descent. Through the large pane of glass, the world is a soft composition of white and grey. There is no wind, so the flakes drift straight down, large and distinct like scattered bits of cotton. They land on the branches of the tall pine trees, building up in thick, gentle layers. The sharp angles of the boughs are softened, rounded, each needle collecting a tiny crown of white. The snow covers the woodpile, mounding over the logs in a smooth, deep drift. It blankets the ground, erasing every path, every footprint, leaving a pristine and unbroken surface that stretches into the darkening woods. The sound of the world is muffled, absorbed by the deepening snow. All that remains is a profound and heavy quiet. The light inside the cabin is soft. Besides the dancing firelight, a single lamp on a small wooden table emits a circle of steady golden light. It illuminates the grain of the tabletop, the smooth, worn pages of a book left open, and the sturdy base of a ceramic mug. The rest of the room falls into gentle shadow, shapes made soft and indistinct. The firelight catches on the brass handle of the stove door, on the rim of a copper pot, on the glass of the window pane, making small, brief stars in the dimness. The air is still and carries the faint, clean scent of pine. It is the smell of the forest, brought inside with the firewood. It mingles with the dry, smoky aroma of the burning oak and the subtle, clean scent of wool. It is the smell of a place that is closed and safe against the cold, a pocket of warmth and quiet held within the vast, snowy landscape. A log inside the stove shifts and settles, sending a cascade of bright orange sparks up the flue. The flames flare for a moment, a sudden bright exhalation, before returning to their steady rhythmic dance. The sound is a sharp crackle, followed by a soft, crumbling hiss as a piece of bark turns to glowing ash. The fire is hungry. It needs more wood to keep its steady breath going through the long, quiet night. The floorboards are cool underfoot, smooth and solid. They creak softly with each step across the room. The air grows cooler away from the stove, a noticeable change, a reminder of the winter cold held at bay just outside the walls. Near the door a small stack of firewood waits. The logs are dry and seasoned, their bark rough and textured. One is chosen, a piece of split birch, its pale, papery bark peeling back to reveal the dense, cream-coloured wood beneath. It is heavy and solid in the hands, carrying the cold of the outdoors within its fibres. The small cast-iron latch on the stove door is cool to the touch. It lifts with a small metallic click. As the door swings open, a wave of intense dry heat washes out, smelling strongly of wood smoke and hot metal. Inside, the firebox is a cavern of glowing red and orange. The bed of embers pulses with a deep inner light, a landscape of miniature, smouldering mountains and valleys. The new log is placed carefully on top of the glowing coals. For a moment it lies dark and inert. Then a small tongue of blue flame licks at its edge, tentative at first, then bolder. A wisp of white smoke curls from the bark, and with a soft whoosh the log catches, the flames wrapping around it, consuming it, drawing it into the heart of the fire. The iron door closes with a solid, satisfying thud. The latch clicks back into place, sealing the fire safely inside its iron home. The warmth in the room, which had wavered for a moment, begins to build again, steadier and stronger than before. The new log crackles, a sound of contentment, as it surrenders its stored sunlight to the small, warm room. Back in the large, soft chair near the stove, the heat feels like a physical presence. It soaks into clothing, into skin, chasing away the last of the chill. The chair is old and deep, its cushions yielding and soft. A thick wool blanket is draped over its back. The wool is heavy, the colour of oatmeal, and its texture is soft but slightly coarse, a comforting friction against the skin. The blanket is pulled from the back of the chair, its weight a reassuring presence as it unfolds. It smells faintly of cedar and clean air. Wrapping the blanket around the shoulders, tucking it around the legs, creates a cocoon of warmth and softness. The world outside the blanket seems to recede. The focus narrows to this small circle of comfort, the gentle pressure of the heavy wool, the radiant heat from the stove, the soft cushions of the chair. The body settles, sinking deeper into the support of the chair, the muscles letting go of a tension they had been holding. A warm mug sits on the table beside the chair. Its surface is a smooth, dark glaze, and it fits perfectly in the cup of two hands. The heat from the liquid inside radiates through the ceramic, warming the palms and fingers. A faint curl of steam rises from the rim, disappearing into the air. Lifting the mug is a slow and deliberate movement. The warmth it holds is simple, uncomplicated. There is nothing to do but feel its heat, to watch the steam rise, to be present in this small, quiet action. The only sounds are the sounds of the cabin itself, the steady, whispering crackle of the fire, the faint, almost inaudible hum of the wind as it brushes against the eaves high above, the occasional deep groan of the wooden beams as they settle, adjusting to the weight of the snow on the roof. These are the sounds of shelter, of a structure that is strong and peaceful. They form a quiet, irregular rhythm, a lullaby of the house itself. The firelight flickers and sways, making the shadows in the room dance. The shadow of the chair stretches and shrinks on the wooden floor. The light glides over the rough-hewn walls, highlighting the texture of the wood, the circular patterns of old knots, the thin lines where the chinking sits between the logs. It is a slow, silent ballet of light and dark, a visual representation of the fire's steady breath. Time itself seems to slow down, stretching out, losing its sharp edges. There is no clock in sight, no need for one. There is only the slow, continuous burning of the fire and the silent, ceaseless falling of the snow. The evening deepens outside the window. The grey light has faded completely, replaced by a deep, velvety darkness. The falling snow is now visible only where it passes through the soft glow of the lamp, a swirling, hypnotic vortex of white flakes against the black pane of glass. The warmth from the stove is a constant, gentle pressure. The weight of the wool blanket is a secure embrace. The quiet of the room is a soft cushion for the mind. Thoughts drift and soften, becoming as indistinct as the shadows in the far corners of the room. There is only the feeling of being here, in this moment, in this warm, safe place. The fire continues to burn, its flames curling and uncurling in their endless dance. The snow continues to fall, adding another layer of silence to the world outside. The cabin is an island of calm, adrift in a sea of winter white, and the night is deep and still. The air that drifts through the open window is cool and clean, carrying the scent of the sea. It is a soft and gentle air, filled with the clean, sharp fragrance of salt and the deep, quiet smell of the tide. It moves slowly into the room, a silent current that brushes against your skin, cool and refreshing. You can feel the weight of the day begin to lift with each slow breath of this peaceful, salty air, breathing in the quiet of the coastal night, breathing out, letting everything soften. Below the harbour is a basin of deep, calm darkness, holding the night. Along the edge of the water, the harbour lanterns are glowing. They are not bright or harsh, but soft and steady, a string of warm, golden points of light in the vast quiet. Each lantern is a small, constant sun, casting a gentle circle of light onto the weathered wood of the piers and the dark, still water below. They have been lit for the night, and they will burn steadily until the dawn. Their purpose is simple, to be a quiet guide, a point of stillness in the dark. Their reflections tremble on the surface of the harbour. Each point of light has a twin in the water, a shimmering, elongated shape that sways with the gentle movement of the tide. The water is so calm that the reflections are almost perfect, just a little blurred at the edges, a little softened by the water's slow, deep breathing. The lights on the piers are still, the lights on the water dance, a slow, silent dance in the deep, dark quiet of the harbour, and you can hear the rhythm of that dance, the rhythm of the tide. It is the town's heartbeat, a slow and steady pulse that underlies everything. It is the sound of water sighing against the stone of the seawall, a gentle push and a soft, watery release. A slow, deep breath in as the water rises, covering the dark stones with a silken sheet of black. A long, slow breath out as it recedes, leaving the stones glistening under the lantern light. This rhythm has no beginning and no end. It is a constant, soothing presence, the sound of the world breathing in its sleep. The sound is so gentle, so predictable, a soft wash of water, and then a quiet hush, a gentle swell, and then a peaceful fall. It is a sound that asks for nothing. It simply is. It fills the quiet space, a soft and rhythmic whisper that you can feel as much as you can hear. It is the sound of the tide turning, slowly, imperceptibly pulling the water out toward the open sea, and then just as slowly, just as surely, drawing it back into the safety of the harbour. The cool, salt air continues to drift in, a silent messenger from the sea. It feels clean in your lungs, pure and simple. With each breath you can feel it washing away the noise and the hurry of the day, replacing it with the simple, clean scent of the ocean at night. It is the smell of distance, of open water and deep places, but it is also the smell of home, of this quiet harbour, this safe and sleeping town. Looking down past the harbour, the lanes of the town are quiet and empty. They wind between the old houses, narrow and paved with stone. During the day they are filled with footsteps and voices, but now they are still. The only light comes from the soft glow of the harbour lanterns spilling up into the streets, and the occasional warm square of a window where someone else is awake in the quiet of the night. The lanes are sleeping, resting, holding the peace of the town. They are paths of quiet, leading from one sleeping house to another, all held in the same deep stillness. Far away, out over the water, comes the call of a single gull. It is not the sharp, demanding cry of the daytime, but a softer, more mournful sound, a single, lonely note that hangs in the cool air for a moment and then fades away, absorbed by the vast quiet of the night. It is a sound that only makes the silence seem deeper, more complete. It is a reminder of the wildness of the sea just beyond the harbour walls, a wildness that is now calm and at peace. The sound does not return. There is only the gentle whisper of the tide and the steady, silent glow of the lanterns. Everything is in its place. The lanterns on the piers, their reflections in the water, the quiet lanes winding through the sleeping town, the cool, salt-scented air filling the room. Everything is held in a perfect, peaceful balance. There is nothing to do, nowhere to go. There is only this moment, this view, this deep and abiding calm. The lanterns continue their steady, silent watch. Their golden light seems to seep into the wood of the piers, making them glow with a soft, warm life. It is an old light, a familiar light. It has shone on this harbour for countless nights, watching the tide come in and go out, watching the seasons turn. It is a comforting, unchanging presence. The light is a promise of safety, a beacon in the gentle dark. It holds the harbour in a soft and steady embrace, and the water continues its slow, rhythmic dance. The reflections of the lanterns stretch and soften, then gather themselves again as the water swells and falls. The movement is hypnotic, a slow and graceful sway. The water laps against the hulls of the few small boats moored in the harbour, a soft, hollow tapping sound, like a gentle rhythmic drumbeat accompanying the sigh of the tide. The boats rock slowly, so slowly you can barely see the movement, just a slight shift in the way the lantern light catches their masts. They are sleeping on the water, held safely by the calm. The rhythm of the tide continues its endless cycle, a slow rise, a slow fall. It is the rhythm of your own breathing, a natural and easy cadence. Breathing in, feeling the cool air. Breathing out, feeling your body grow heavier, more relaxed. The sound of the water is a lullaby, a song the ocean sings to the sleeping town. It is a sound of deep peace, of letting go. The water rises and the water falls. There is no effort, no struggle. It is simply the way of things. You can feel that same easy rhythm inside you, the slow and steady beat of your heart, the gentle rise and fall of your chest. You are a part of this quiet, sleeping world. The same peace that holds the harbour, the same stillness that fills the empty lanes is filling you. The salt air cleanses, the lantern light soothes, and the rhythm of the tide carries you gently, slowly, into a place of deep rest. The lanes remain empty, paths of shadow and soft light. The stones are cool and smooth under the night sky. They hold the memory of the day's warmth, but now they have given it all away to the cool night air. They are at rest, waiting for the morning that is still many hours away. The whole town is at rest, turned inward, breathing with the slow, deep rhythm of the tide. Each house is a small island of sleep in the quiet sea of the night. The harbour lanterns glow on unwavering. Their light is a soft, warm gold, a colour of comfort and peace. They do not flicker or fade. They are constant. You can rest your eyes on one of them, a single point of steady light in the darkness. It asks for nothing. It simply shines. It is an anchor for your thoughts, a point of stillness to return to again and again. A steady, golden light, a steady, peaceful glow. The water continues to breathe around the foundations of the town. A soft wash against the stones, a quiet murmur. The sound is always there, a gentle, constant companion in the night. It is the sound of time passing, not in hours and minutes, but in the slow, unhurried cycles of the sea. It is a sound that has been here forever and will be here forever. It is the sound of permanence, of a peace that cannot be disturbed. The air is so still, yet so alive. It carries the faint, distant scent of damp wood from the piers, the clean mineral smell of the wet stones, and always the pure, sharp scent of salt. It is the essence of this place, a fragrance that speaks of open spaces and deep, quiet water. Breathing it in is like drinking cool, clear water. It refreshes and calms. It stills the mind and soothes the body. Occasionally, another far-off gull calls, a single fleeting note that dissolves into the silence. It is just a part of the night's texture, a sound that belongs to the quiet, a reminder of the world that exists beyond the warm glow of the lanterns. It does not disturb the peace, it only deepens it, making the stillness of the harbour feel even more safe, even more serene. The reflections of the lanterns continue to sway on the dark water. They are like liquid gold poured onto a surface of black silk. They shimmer and tremble, breaking apart into 1,000 tiny points of light, and then coming back together again, always returning to their long, soft shape. Watching them is like watching a slow, quiet fire, a dance of light that is both mesmerizing and deeply calming. The light on the water is a reflection of the peace in the air. The whole world seems to be held in this one peaceful scene. The steady lights, the breathing water, the cool, clean air. There is a sense of completeness here, of everything being exactly as it should be. The town is sleeping, the harbour is at rest, and the sea is calm. Everything is held in a gentle, silent harmony, and the rhythm of the tide continues. The slow, steady in and out, like a deep and restful breath. The water whispers its secrets to the stones of the seawall, a language of peace, a story of calm. You can let your own breath join that rhythm, breathing in with the rising water, breathing out with the falling water. There is no need to try, no need to force it. It just happens. A slow, easy union with the rhythm of the night. The lanterns glow, the water sighs, the air is cool and salty, the lanes are quiet. It is a simple and unchanging scene, a perfect moment of peace that stretches on and on. The light is steady, the tide is constant, everything is calm, everything is quiet. The warm, golden light of the lanterns continues to pour onto the dark water, creating a path of shimmering, swaying light. The path leads from the edge of the pier out into the centre of the harbour, a road of gentle, moving light. The boats, dark shapes against the glowing water, rock ever so slightly, their ropes creaking softly in a rhythm that matches the lapping of the waves. A soft creak, a gentle lap, a steady, predictable chorus of quiet sounds. The air remains cool on your skin, a constant, gentle touch. It is the breath of the ocean, steady and slow. It carries no sounds from the town, only the deep, quiet sounds of the harbour itself. The whisper of water, the distant, lonely cry of a gull, the soft creak of a rope. These are the sounds of the night, the sounds of deep and profound peace. The tide continues its slow, inexorable pull and push. The water level changes so gradually it is impossible to see, but you can hear it in the changing voice of the water against the stones. A slightly higher whisper, a slightly lower murmur. It is a slow, patient conversation between the sea and the land, a conversation that has been happening for all time. Listening to it, you feel a sense of connection to that timelessness, a sense of being part of something vast and ancient and deeply peaceful. The quiet lanes remain still, holding their shadows. The moonlight, soft and diffuse, touches the high rooftops, turning them a pale silver, but the lanes below remain in a soft, deep darkness, punctuated only by the warm spill of the harbour lights. They are empty corridors of peace, waiting for a new day that is still a long way off. Their emptiness is a comfort, a sign that the world has slowed to a stop, that all is at rest. The lanterns burn on, their golden glow a constant in the shifting darkness. They are like faithful friends watching over the sleeping harbour. Their light is a warm and gentle presence, a reassurance that all is well. You can feel their warmth even from here, a soft, radiant energy that pushes back the cold and the dark, creating a small, safe world of light and peace. The reflections dance and sway, a silent ballet on the water's surface. They are constantly changing, yet always the same, a beautiful paradox. They are made of light, but they belong to the water, moving as it moves, breathing as it breathes. Watching their slow, hypnotic dance is a meditation in itself, a way to let the mind quiet down, to let go of all thought and simply be. The rhythm of the tide, the rhythm of your breath, they are one and the same, in and out, a gentle rise, a gentle fall. The world is breathing, and you are breathing with it. There is no separation. There is only this shared rhythm, this shared peace. The cool salt air fills your lungs, and as you breathe out, you release everything, becoming lighter, softer, more at ease. The steady glow of the lanterns, the gentle sigh of the water, the cool touch of the salt air, the deep quiet of the sleeping lanes. It all continues, a seamless, unending loop of peace. The scene does not change, it only deepens, becoming more and more a part of you. The light glows, the water breathes, the night is calm, and everything is still. The world has become this small, warm space, a gentle darkness, held within the steady motion of the train. The air is still and cool against your skin, a quiet presence in the room. Outside this space, the world is a blur of night, but in here, everything is soft and slow. There is the weight of a blanket, a gentle pressure that feels like an anchor, holding you safely in this drifting place. The pillow is cool beneath your head, a soft cradle. There is a sound, a low and constant hum that is the voice of the train. It is not a noise that intrudes, but a presence that fills the quiet. It is the sound of movement, of immense and gentle weight gliding over steel rails. It is a sound that has been there for hours and will be there for hours more. A deep, resonant thrum that you feel as much as you hear, a subtle vibration in the floor, in the mattress, in the very air of the cabin. It is the train's steady heartbeat. Beneath this hum there is a rhythm, a soft, percussive beat from the wheels on the track, a gentle clatter, then a pause, a quiet knock, then a space. It is a rhythm that never falters, a pattern that repeats and repeats, weaving itself into the fabric of the night. It is a lullaby made of distance and steel, a sound that asks for nothing. It simply is. The rhythm rocks the carriage in a slow side-to-side sway, a gentle and predictable motion. A slow rock to the left, a pause, and a slow rock to the right, like being in a cradle, suspended in motion and in time. A thin line of light glows from beneath the door to the corridor. It is a dim, warm light, the colour of old honey. It does not illuminate the room, but only proves the darkness. It is a silent reminder of the world just outside this small private space, a long, quiet corridor where no one walks. As the train sways, this line of light seems to breathe, brightening for a moment as the carriage leans one way, then softening as it leans back. It is a slow, silent pulse of light, keeping time with the motion of the train. There is no need to think about where you are going or where you have been. Those places are just names, distant and unreal. The only reality is this moving room, this gentle sway, this constant soothing sound. Time itself has softened, losing its sharp edges. There is no clock to watch, no appointment to keep. There is only the continuous unfolding of the journey, a single, unbroken moment that stretches on and on. The train moves through the night, and you move with it, a passenger in a river of darkness. Every so often a different quality of light will drift through the small gap in the curtains. Not a bright light, but a soft wash of colour that slides silently across the ceiling and down the far wall. It might be the amber glow of a distant station, a place the train is passing through without stopping. The lights are far away, seen through the haze of sleep and distance. They appear without a sound, a brief silent film projected onto the dark canvas of your room. A cluster of pale yellow lights, a single blue signal, a wash of orange from a lonely street lamp. They are just colours, patterns of light that last for a few heartbeats and then are gone, swallowed again by the deep, travelling dark. They leave no trace, no memory, just a fleeting impression of a world that is asleep. The gentle rocking continues, a constant soothing motion. With every sway, the body settles deeper into the mattress. A feeling of weight, of pleasant heaviness, spreads through your limbs. Your arms and legs feel dense and warm, anchored to the bed. The boundary between you and the mattress begins to soften, to blur. The vibration from the rails below travels up through the bed, a gentle, thrumming massage that seems to dissolve tension. It is as if the train is breathing with you, its rhythm becoming your own. The air you breathe is cool and clean, a slow breath in and a long, slow breath out. The sound of your own breathing joins the chorus of the train, a soft, personal rhythm against the larger mechanical one. The rise and fall of your chest matches the slow sway of the carriage. Everything is in harmony. Everything is moving together, gliding through the endless night. The low hum of the train is a constant companion. It fills the space where thoughts might otherwise form. It is a sound that is both complex and simple. You can listen closely and hear the different layers, the deep drone of the engine far ahead, the whisper of the wind along the side of the car, the gentle creak of the carriage as it flexes with the motion, or you can let it all merge into a single soothing presence, a wall of soft sound that keeps the outside world at bay. It is the sound of safety, the sound of being carried. The sliver of light under the door continues its slow rhythmic dance, a little brighter, a little dimmer. It is the only landmark in the soft darkness of the room, a steady, silent beacon. It does not ask for your attention. It is simply there, a part of the quiet landscape of the cabin. The darkness in the room is not empty. It is full of the train's motion, full of its sound. It is a soft, velvety darkness that holds you. Thoughts may arise like those distant lights passing in the window. They may flicker for a moment in your awareness, a memory, a fragment of a dream. But they are like the lights of the passing towns. They appear, and then they fade. There is no need to hold on to them, no need to follow them. They are just passengers on a different journey. You can watch them come and go without attachment, like clouds passing in front of a distant moon. The hum of the train is always there to return to, a steady anchor in the drifting sea of consciousness. The feeling of heaviness deepens, a pleasant, liquid weight that pulls you down into a place of profound rest. Your body feels as if it is merging with the bed, and the bed is merging with the train. You are part of the motion now, part of the rhythm. The distinction between inside and outside, between self and other, begins to dissolve. There is only the journey. There is only the sound. There is only the gentle rocking dark. The rhythm of the rails continues its endless story. A soft clatter, a space, a gentle knock, a pause. It is the most reliable thing in the world. It was there a moment ago, and it is there now, and it will be there in the next moment. It is a thread of sound that stitches the night together. It is the sound of progress without destination, of movement without effort. The train is doing all the work. All you have to do is rest. All you have to do is be carried. The corridor light under the door seems dimmer now, or perhaps the darkness in the room has grown deeper, more complete. The world is shrinking to the simple sensations of this moment. The weight of the blanket, the cool of the pillow, the low, steady hum, the gentle, endless sway. These are the only things that are real. Everything else has faded into the background, into the deep, quiet night. The train moves on, through sleeping countryside, past silent forests and dark fields. It glides over bridges and through cuttings in the earth, a long, dark vessel on a sea of iron. Its journey is a secret kept by the night, and you are a secret kept by the train, safe in your small, warm room, rocked by its constant, gentle motion. The sound is always there, a low and steady presence. The vibration is a part of the stillness. The motion is a form of rest. The darkness is a soft blanket. The sway is a slow dance. There is nothing to do, nothing to be. Only this, only the feeling of being carried forward into a deep and peaceful quiet. The hum continues, the rhythm repeats, the sway is slow and deep, the darkness is soft. The train moves on, a steady presence in the vast and quiet night. The motion is a constant, a gentle rocking. The sound is a low murmur, a deep and steady breath. There is only the sound and the motion, the sound, the motion. The train glides on, the night continues, the sound carries you, the motion holds you, on and on. The sound continues, the motion carries on. You are here, in the gentle dark of the sleeper berth, carried along by the steady motion of the train. There is nothing to do, nowhere to be, except right here. The world outside is a deep and quiet black, a canvas for the journey. Inside this small, safe space, there is only the soft rhythm of the rails, the gentle rock and sway of your car, and the weight of the warm blankets settled around you. The air is still and cool. You can feel the gentle vibration of the train through the mattress, a constant low hum that travels up from the wheels on the track, through the body of the train, and into this quiet room. It is a reassuring feeling, the feeling of steady, uninterrupted movement through the night. The only light comes from a thin, golden line beneath the door to the corridor. It is a soft, unchanging light, a quiet reminder of the world just outside your cabin. It paints a narrow stripe on the floor, a still and silent anchor in the moving room. Sometimes the gentle swaying of the train makes the line of light seem to waver, to breathe, but it is always there, a constant dim glow. It is just enough light to see the simple shapes of your small room, the edge of the wall, the dark rectangle of the window. It is a peaceful light, one that asks for nothing, one that simply is. And always there is the sound, the soft rhythmic hum of the rails. It is not one sound, but many, woven together into a single soothing song. There is the low, resonant hum of the wheels rolling on steel, a sound that is more of a feeling, a vibration in the bones, and layered over it, the familiar gentle click and clack as the train passes over the seams in the track. Click, clack, click, clack. A steady, predictable beat, a mechanical heartbeat for the long, dark journey. It is a sound that has carried people to sleep for generations, a lullaby of iron and distance. It rises and falls in a gentle, repeating pattern, a sound that becomes part of the quiet, part of the rest. Your body yields to the motion of the train. With every gentle sway, you feel yourself letting go just a little more. A slow, side-to-side rock, like being in a cradle. It is a motion that you don't have to think about, a motion that you can simply accept. The train is doing all the work, carrying you onward through the sleeping countryside. You are just a passenger, suspended in time and space, held safely in this small, moving world. The blankets are heavy and warm, a comforting weight that helps you sink deeper into the mattress, deeper into the gentle rhythm of the journey. The pillow is cool and soft beneath your head. Outside the window, the darkness is profound. It is not an empty darkness, but one full of unseen things. Sleeping fields, silent forests, and quiet, empty roads, all gliding by, unseen. Now and then, a light appears in the distance, a single, lonely point of yellow in the vast black, perhaps a farmhouse where everyone is deep in sleep. The light grows a little brighter as the train draws near, and for a moment it slides across your window, a brief streak of gold. It moves across the wall of your cabin, a fleeting, silent visitor, and then it is gone, vanished back into the darkness behind you. The window is once again a pane of pure, deep black. The train continues on its steady path. The hum of the rails is a constant presence, a sound that fills the space without being loud. It is the sound of progress, of distance being covered, but it is a slow and patient sound. There is no hurry. The journey is long, and the night is deep. The click-clack of the wheels on the track marks the passing of moments. each one just like the last, a gentle, repeating rhythm that you can feel in your chest. Da-dum, da-dum, a slow and steady pulse. It is the only timekeeper you need, and it measures time in rest, in quiet, in distance travelled while you are still. The thin line of light from the corridor remains, a faithful golden thread. It catches the subtle texture of the floor, the dark grain of the wood. It is a quiet, unassuming light, a contrast to the deep, absolute darkness outside the window. It is the light of the inside world, the world of the train, a self-contained universe gliding through the night. You can hear the occasional muffled sound from that corridor, a soft footstep, the distant gentle click of another cabin door. But these sounds are faint and far away, part of the train's own sleepy life, and they only serve to make your own space feel more private, more peaceful, more secure. You feel the gentle rocking, the slow and easy sway. Your body moves with it, without effort, without thought. It is a dance you are doing with the train, a slow waltz through the night. You are held by the motion, supported by it. It is a constant, gentle reminder that you are on your way, moving toward a destination you do not need to think about. For now, the journey itself is everything. This small, warm space, the soft blankets, the steady sound, the gentle movement. This is all that matters. You can feel the muscles in your shoulders and back softening, releasing into the mattress, letting the train carry your weight. Another light appears in the distance, this one different. It is a small cluster of lights, a small town sleeping by the tracks. They are dim, muted lights, the kind that are left on through the night on empty streets. The train does not slow. It glides past the town, a silent observer. You see the lights slide by the window, a brief impressionistic painting of a place you will never know, a glimpse of a quiet street, a dark storefront, a single traffic light blinking yellow, yellow, yellow for no one. And then, just as quickly as it appeared, the town is gone, and the window is filled once more with the deep, comforting blackness of the open country. The sound of the rails continues, a seamless flowing river of sound. The hum is a little deeper now, perhaps, as the train crosses a small bridge, the sound echoing for a moment against the structure, a low, resonant thrum, and then it returns to its familiar, steady song. The rhythm is so constant, so predictable, that it almost becomes a form of silence. It is the background to your thoughts, the canvas on which your dreams can begin to form. It is a sound that asks for nothing, a sound that simply holds the space for you to rest. It is the sound of the journey, the sound of the night. The line of light under the door is a fixed point in your gently rocking world. It does not move, even as everything around it sways. It is a line of pure, still gold. It is a reminder that even in motion there can be stillness. Even in the midst of a long journey there is a place of quiet and rest. Your cabin is that place, a small sanctuary of peace, moving through a sleeping world. You can feel the gentle vibration in the floor, a constant, subtle tremor that is part of the train's lifeblood. It is a reassuring presence, the feeling of the powerful engines far ahead, pulling you steadily onward. You are sinking deeper now, into the soft mattress, into the warmth of the blankets. The gentle sway of the train is a lullaby in motion. It is a rhythm your body has come to know, to expect, a slow, predictable rock from side to side. You can feel your breathing has slowed to match the train's easy pace. A long, slow breath in and a long, slow breath out. The air in the cabin is cool and fresh. You are perfectly comfortable, perfectly safe. There is nothing to do, nothing to solve. There is only the feeling of being carried, of being held, of letting go. The darkness outside the window is a soft velvet curtain. It is a peaceful, endless expanse. It is a space for the mind to rest, a space without distraction. From time to time, a distant station drifts by. It is not a stop, just a place the train passes through. You see a long, empty platform, lit by a few dim yellow lights. You see empty benches, a closed station house. The lights glide past the window, casting long, slow-moving shadows into your cabin. The shadows slide over the walls, over the ceiling, and then they are gone. The station recedes into the distance, a small island of light in an ocean of darkness, and the train moves on, back into the deep, quiet night. The click-clack of the wheels is a gentle mantra. Click-clack, click-clack. It is a sound that has no beginning and no end. It has been sounding for hours, and it will continue to sound for hours more. It is the most reliable thing in the world right now. It is a sound you can trust. It is a rhythm you can lean on, a beat that will carry you into sleep. It is the patient, steady sound of the journey, a sound that speaks of distance and time, but in a way that is calming, reassuring. It says that everything is proceeding as it should, that you are exactly where you are meant to be. The gentle rocking continues, a slow, metronomic sway. The train leans into a long, gentle curve, and you can feel the motion as a slight, sustained pressure, holding you against the mattress. It is a comforting, enclosing feeling. And then the track straightens out, and the motion returns to its familiar, even sway. Side to side, a slow, unending dance. You are so accustomed to it now that you barely notice it, but you would notice if it stopped. It has become a part of you, a part of your rest. It is the rhythm of the night, the rhythm of the train. The thin golden line of light under the door is still there, a quiet, faithful companion. It is a sliver of a world that is awake, but it is a quiet, sleepy world. The world of the night train with its dim corridors and its sleeping passengers. It is a world that is moving and resting at the same time, just like you, moving through the night, but in a state of deep and profound stillness. You are a still point in a moving world, a quiet heart in a body of steel and motion. The darkness outside the window remains deep and complete. It is a space of pure potential, a canvas for dreams. It is the space between places, the space between yesterday and tomorrow, and you are floating in it, safely, securely. The train moves on, a steady, determined presence in the vast, quiet landscape. The hum of the rails is a constant, soothing vibration. The click-clack of the wheels is a gentle, rhythmic percussion. The sway of the car is a slow, easy cradle. Everything is working together, a symphony of motion and sound, all designed to carry you onward, to carry you deeper into a place of rest. The weight of the blankets is a comfort, a gentle pressure that feels like an embrace. The mattress supports you completely. You can let go of everything, and it will hold you. You can release all the tension in your body, and the train's motion will rock it away. The steady hum of the rails fills your ears, a soft, consistent sound that blocks out everything else. It is a sound you can sink into, a sound that is both present and distant. It is the sound of the journey continuing, on and on, through the deep and peaceful night. The train moves on, and you are carried with it into the quiet, into the dark. The last of the sun's light catches on the highest stones of the bell tower, turning the grey granite to a soft, warm rose. Below, in the walled garden, the shadows have grown long and deep, pooling around the bases of ancient olive trees and across the neatly tended rows of herbs. A single bell tolls, not with urgency, but with a slow, resonant certainty. The sound rolls out over the darkening hills, a deep bronze note that seems to hang in the cooling air long after the strike has faded. It is a sound that marks the end of the day's labour, the gentle closing of a chapter. A cool evening breeze stirs the leaves of the lavender and rosemary, releasing a faint, clean scent that mixes with the smell of damp earth and old stone. In the centre of the garden, a simple fountain murmurs to itself, the water spilling from a carved stone basin into the pool below with a soft, constant splash. The sound is a liquid whisper in the growing quiet. A heavy wooden door, studded with iron, groans softly as it is pulled inward, opening from the garden into the cloister. The air inside is immediately cooler, carrying the deep, permanent chill of the monastery's stone bones. The cloister is a square walkway, its vaulted ceiling supported by a forest of slender columns. On one side, arched openings look out onto the central courtyard garden, the sky now a deep bruised purple. On the other, a solid wall of immense fitted stones rises into the gloom. The only sound is the soft rhythmic scuff of sandals on the worn flagstones. A figure moves along the walkway, a silhouette against the fading light of the garden. The pace is unhurried, measured, a walking meditation. Each footfall is placed with a quiet deliberation that has been practiced for years, until it has become as natural as breathing. The stone floor is uneven underfoot, smoothed and hollowed by centuries of such passages. The figure turns from the main cloister into a narrower, darker corridor. The air grows stiller here, away from the open courtyard. The scent of beeswax and old paper begins to permeate the cool air. Another heavy door, this one of plain, dark wood, stands slightly ajar. A push of a hand, and it swings inward without a sound, revealing the scriptorium. The great room is steeped in shadow. The long, slanted desks are empty now, their surfaces cleared. A few stray curls of cut parchment lie on the floor like pale fallen leaves. Pots of ink are stoppered, and quills rest clean in their holders. The day's work of copying and illumination is done. The intense, focused silence of the day has been replaced by a different kind of quiet, the quiet of a room at rest. The air holds the ghost of industry, the faint, sharp scent of dried ink, the dry, dusty perfume of vellum and leather bindings, the sweet, waxy smell from the stubs of candles used to see by as the afternoon light failed. Moonlight, pale and thin, slants through the high, arched windows, silvering the edges of the empty desks and casting long, soft-edged shadows on the floor. Leaving the scriptorium, the passage continues deeper into the heart of the building. It is darker here. A hand reaches out to a small niche in the wall, where a flint and steel rest beside a fresh taper. A few sharp strikes, a shower of brief, bright sparks, and a tiny flame catches on the wick. It sputters for a moment, a fragile orange jewel in the immense dark, then grows steady. The taper is lifted and used to light a candle in a simple iron sconce on the wall. The flame blossoms, pushing the darkness back a few feet. It throws a warm, flickering circle of light onto the stone walls, revealing the texture of the rock, the fine lines of mortar, the slow, patient work of generations of masons. The light is soft, alive. It makes the shadows dance. The figure takes the taper and continues down the corridor, a small, moving point of light. The corridor is a tunnel of soft gold and deep grey. The candlelight glides over the stone, making it seem to flow like water. The air is so still that the flame burns almost perfectly upright, its tip a steady point of gold. The only sound is the whisper of cloth and the soft padding of leather soles on stone. Up ahead, another flame blossoms in the distance as another figure, moving from another part of the monastery, lights another sconce. For a moment, the two lights are visible to each other, two small stars in the long, dark passage. They pass without a word, with only a slight, slow inclination of the head, a silent acknowledgement of a shared purpose, a shared routine. The quiet is not empty. It is companionable, filled with an unspoken understanding. The corridor opens into a wider, vaulted space at the base of a great stone staircase that curves upward into darkness. The steps are wide and shallow, worn into smooth concavities in the centre by the passage of countless feet. The figure begins to ascend, the single candle throwing a huge, distorted shadow that climbs the curved wall ahead. The air grows warmer by a degree or two with every upward step, as the chill of the ground floor is left behind. On the next level, the corridors are much the same, long and straight, lined with simple wooden doors, all closed. The routine is drawing inward, each member of the community retreating from the communal spaces to the private. The candlelight slides over the plain wood of the doors, the simple iron latches, the grain of the ancient timber. A hand rests on one of the latches. It is cool to the touch, a gentle pressure, and the latch lifts with a soft metallic click. The door swings inward on silent hinges into a small, simple room. A cell. The space is spare, a narrow bed covered with a coarse wool blanket, a small wooden table and a single stool, a high, narrow window, little more than a slit in the thick stone wall, through which a sliver of dark sky and a single bright star are visible. The air is cool and clean. The door is pushed gently closed, and the latch falls back into place with another quiet click, a sound of finality, of enclosure, of peace. The world outside is shut away. The taper is used to light a single, thick candle on the small table, its flame adding a gentle, living warmth to the room. Then the taper is carefully extinguished, its brief life over, a wisp of white smoke rising from the wick before vanishing into the air. The candle on the table becomes the room's sole anchor of light. It illuminates the rough texture of the blanket, the grain of the wooden table, the uneven surface of the stone walls. Everything is simple, solid, real. The figure moves to the window and looks out for a moment. The star is sharp and clear in the cold night air. There is no other light, no other movement, only the immense silent darkness of the countryside and the vast star-dusted canopy of the sky. A deep, slow breath. The air is cool in the lungs. Another breath, just as slow, just as deep. The sounds of the monastery are muted now, distant. The settling of the great stone building, a faint groan of ancient timbers, the almost inaudible whisper of the wind against the high walls. The figure turns from the window. The candle flame dips and sways as the air stirs, then steadies once more. Its small, golden halo is a pool of warmth and stillness in the centre of the room. The wool blanket on the bed is turned down, the motion slow and deliberate. The room is a haven of quiet, a small pocket of light and peace carved out of the night. The flame on the wick burns low, a single point of warmth in the cool, quiet dark. The soft weight of wool rests upon you, a gentle pressure that speaks of stillness and deep quiet. It is a heavy, comforting presence, its texture a dense and yielding softness against the skin. The air in the room is warm, a living warmth that seems to have its own weight and substance, pressing softly from all sides. It is the kind of warmth that sinks deep into your bones, unknotting the day, smoothing out the edges of thought. There is a low, steady glow in the room, a gentle pulse of orange and gold that breathes from the iron belly of the wood stove. It is the heart of the cabin, the source of this deep and abiding warmth. The light flickers in a slow, hypnotic rhythm, casting long, soft-edged shadows that drift and sway across the wooden walls. The grain of the pine boards catches the light, showing rivers of amber and honey, patterns that have been here for years, soaking in the quiet and the warmth. The shadows are not dark or sharp, but deep and velvety, pools of calm that soften every corner and edge of the room. They climb the walls and stretch across the wide planks of the floor, moving with a slowness that is almost imperceptible, like the breathing of a sleeping giant. The only sound is the gentle life of the fire, a soft rhythmic crackle as a log settles deeper into its bed of embers, a quiet hiss and sigh as sap escapes the wood, a tiny fleeting whisper that is absorbed at once by the profound silence of the room. It is a sound that does not break the quiet, but rather defines it, giving it depth and texture. It is the sound of safety, of a world held at bay. It is the steady, peaceful pulse of the cabin's heart, beating in time with the slow, deep rhythm of your own breath. Outside the window, the world is a soft blur of white and deep, deep blue. Snow is falling, not a storm, but a steady, patient descent of endless flakes, each one a tiny, silent messenger of cold and quiet. They drift past the glass, appearing for a moment in the faint light from the cabin, before disappearing again into the darkness. There is no wind, just the silent, vertical fall. It is a curtain being drawn over the world, a soft blanket of white settling over the pines and the frozen ground. The glass of the window pane is cold, a stark contrast to the enveloping warmth of the room, but you feel it only as a distant fact, an idea of cold that makes the warmth around you feel even more profound, even more complete. The air carries a faint, clean scent of pine resin, a fragrance released by the heat of the stove. It is the smell of the forest, brought indoors and transformed by the warmth. It mingles with the fainter, earthier scent of the wool blanket and the almost imperceptible, dry, smoky perfume of the burning wood. It is the scent of winter, of shelter, of a place out of time. It is a scent that speaks of calm, of a steady and unchanging peace that has settled deep into the very wood of the cabin. The warmth from the stove is a physical presence. You can feel its radiant touch on your skin, a gentle heat that is constant and unwavering. It is a warmth that asks nothing of you, that simply is. It fills the space between the floor and the high shadowed ceiling. It wraps around the old wooden chair, the small sturdy table, the pile of logs stacked neatly by the hearth. It makes the air itself feel soft and thick, a golden medium in which everything rests. Your body is heavy, sinking into the soft surface beneath you, into the embrace of the wool and the warmth. Each limb feels weighted and deeply at rest. There is a letting go in the muscles, a slow, deep release of tension you didn't even know you were holding. It is a gradual softening, a melting into the stillness of the room. The steady indoor calm is not just around you, but within you now, a quiet pool at your very centre. The light continues its slow, silent dance. A flicker of gold runs along a ceiling beam, illuminating the rough-hewn texture for a moment before retreating into shadow. The shadows themselves seem to breathe, expanding and contracting in a slow, ancient rhythm. They are a part of the quiet, a visual representation of the deep hush that fills the space. The world has been reduced to this room, to this simple, perfect circle of warmth and light in the vast, snowy dark. The sound of the fire continues its soft, intermittent song, a low pop, a gentle crumble of embers. These sounds are like stones dropped into a deep, still lake, the ripples spreading out and fading into the immense quiet. You can hear the sound of your own breathing, a slow and even tide, rising and falling, in and out. It is the quietest sound in the room, and yet it feels like the anchor, the one rhythm that connects you to this place of deep rest. The sound of your breath and the sound of the fire begin to merge, becoming one single steady pulse of life in the stillness. The snow continues to fall outside the window. It is a constant, silent motion, a river of white flowing downward through the dark. It has been falling for a long time, and it will continue to fall. It is building a deep, soft layer over everything, muffling the world, insulating this small haven from everything else. The sight of it is hypnotic, a slow, repeating pattern that quiets the mind. Each flake is a tiny, fleeting moment, and yet together they create a sense of the eternal, of a process that has no beginning and no end. The warmth in the room is a constant, a given. It is no longer something you notice, but something you are a part of. It is in the air you breathe, in the heavy softness of the blanket, in the deep relaxation of your body. The scent of pine and wood smoke is the scent of the air itself, a fragrance that is simply part of the atmosphere of calm. Everything is woven together, the light, the warmth, the scent, the sound. There are no sharp distinctions anymore. The shadows on the wall are no longer moving, but have settled into a deep, soft stillness. The fire in the stove has burned down to a solid bed of glowing embers, a core of deep, radiant heat that pulses with a light so low it is almost more felt than seen. The crackles and pops have subsided, replaced by a low, resonant hum of heat, a sound that is almost below the threshold of hearing, a vibration that you feel in the floorboards and in your bones. The world outside the window has become a uniform, soft darkness, the falling snow no longer visible as individual flakes, but as a general, pervasive sense of white just beyond the glass. The distinction between the inside and the outside is blurring. The cold is a distant memory, and the warmth is an ocean in which you are floating. The quiet is absolute. It is not an absence of sound, but a presence of stillness, a deep, resonant silence that holds everything. The weight of the wool blanket is the weight of your own body, heavy and at peace. The softness is the feeling of your own muscles released and untroubled. The steady calm of the room has become the steady calm of your mind. Thoughts drift like the snowflakes, appearing for a moment before dissolving into the quiet darkness. There is nothing to hold on to, nothing to do, nowhere to be but here, in this moment of profound and simple rest. The glow from the stove is just a faint rosy blush in the centre of the room, a warmth that radiates outward in slow, invisible waves. It touches everything with a gentle, sleeping light. The wood of the walls is steeped in shadow, its texture and colour softened into a single, dark, warm tone. The air is still and thick with peace. Breathing in, the scent of pine and warmth. Breathing out, a deeper release into stillness. The rhythm is slow, effortless, a tide pulling you gently into a deeper state of quiet. The boundary between your body and the room is fading. The warmth of the embers is the warmth in your chest. The stillness of the air is the stillness in your mind. The heavy peace of the cabin is your own. There is only the warmth, a deep, steady glow. There is only the quiet, a soft, heavy silence. The snow falls unseen, unheard, a blanket over the world. The wool is a soft weight. The air is still. Everything is still. The low hum of warmth, the feeling of sinking, the slow, easy breath, in and out, a gentle rhythm in the deep, soft dark. The fire glows without a sound. The snow falls without a sound. The world is quiet. The room is quiet. Warmth, stillness, the soft, heavy blanket. The deep, silent night, breathing in, breathing out. The steady indoor calm. Just this, just the warmth, just the quiet. A slow, gentle sinking, deeper and deeper into the peace. Soft and still, warm and quiet. Rest. The air in the wooden lodge is still and warm. A single low lamp casts a soft yellow circle on the wide plank floor, its light catching the deep grain of the pine. Outside the circle of light, the corners of the room are lost in gentle shadow. The last embers of a fire glow a deep, sleepy orange in the stone hearth, pulsing faintly with each slow breath of air that drifts down the chimney. There is no sound but the quiet settling of the logs and the soft, almost imperceptible hum of the cooling stove. A thick, woolen blanket rests over the back of a simple wooden chair, its heavy weave promising warmth and weight. A slow movement, a quiet unfolding, and the blanket is lifted from the chair. The air shifts as the lodge door is unlatched, the simple iron handle cool to the touch. The latch clicks softly, a small metallic sound absorbed by the wood of the walls. The door swings inward without a creak, opening a dark rectangle into the night. A new scent drifts into the room, cool and clean. It smells of damp earth, of pine needles, and of distant clean water. It mixes with the indoor scent of wood smoke and warm wool. For a long moment, there is only this quiet mingling of air, the warm breath of the lodge meeting the cool sigh of the forest. A step is taken onto the covered porch. The old wood is smooth and solid underfoot. Beyond the shelter of the roof, the night is vast and dark, but not empty. The air is alive with the scent of the pines and the feeling of immense quiet space. Another step leads down from the porch, off the solid wood and onto the ground itself. The forest floor is soft, a deep cushion of fallen needles and rich soil built up over countless seasons. It gives way slightly with each footstep, making each movement quiet and deliberate. The ground is not perfectly even. It rises and falls in gentle undulations, shaped by the network of roots that spreads just beneath the surface. A path, more a feeling than a visible trail, leads away from the lodge and into the deeper shadows between the trees. The tall trunks of the pines rise up like pillars in a vast dark hall. Their branches are a dense canopy far overhead, filtering the faint light of the stars and moon, creating a profound darkness below. Here and there a sliver of silver light finds its way through, illuminating a patch of moss or a single pale mushroom on the forest floor. The air beneath the trees is cooler, stiller, holding the day's moisture. The scent of pine is stronger here, a resinous, clean fragrance that hangs in the quiet air. A soft breeze, more a slow current than a wind, moves through the upper branches. It makes a gentle shushing sound, a constant, soothing whisper that seems to be the forest's own breathing. It is a sound that has no beginning and no end, a murmur that has been here for... Now the narration comes to a soft close. The sounds will continue, steady and calm as you rest.